Testing. Welcome to episode 400 of Beauty Magazine. The Sims 4 story of a once thriving, now struggling fashion magazine. The story takes place in the year 2008. At that time, the magazine is 10 years old. Beatrice Ullbright, the founder of the magazine, started her magazine in March of 1998 with Penny Pizzazz on the cover, who at that time had just gotten that name. In our story, her real name is Penelope Parsons. In 2004, after having several years of increasing sales and, subscriptions and whatnot, Beauty Magazine was bought out along with their publisher, Chambers Publishing, by Regency Publishing, a bigger publishing company. And at that same time, they were merged with another magazine that was also bought out when their publisher was bought out. And what happened was, this was Beauty Magazine to start with, and this was Blush and Bloom. Well, Beauty Magazine was not about all kinds of things on the cover, gotcha titles, clickbait. It wasn't about that. And it wasn't necessarily for just models or where's our other one? Oh, here we go. Yeah. So we had our first, and this was before and after Penny Pizzazz had her hair cut, because she was dealing with a modeling agency that kept cutting her hair short into layers, and she didn't like it. And long story short, she went and had this done to it, and it caused her to get fired. But at the same time, she was discovered by another modeling agency at the same time as Beatrice Ullbright finding her backstage at a fashion show. And then we had, while it is an actress and, someone kind of famous, this was Lexi St. John was just getting her big break in acting and was about to start her new TV show called Bright Bells, which was basically a soap opera about a magazine. But that's where things started going different. Beatrice started having models on the front cover that were not necessarily fashion models or celebrities. This young lady here, Brasida Puentes, well, she's a repair person. I clicked on the thing and hired a service sim. she showed up as one of the repair people, and I used her as a model. Stephanie Foster showed up as a maid. And then we have Haley Miranda McKenzie, who is a model, but she was a friend with Penny Pizzazz at that other modeling agency, and she got fired by that other modeling agency because she had a doctor's note saying she had feet problems and couldn't wear heels on the catwalk for a little while. And the agency just tore up the doctor's note and said, hit the road. You know, if you can't do the job, we don't need you. Well, she went off and got hired by the same agency that ended up hiring Penny Pizzazz. And then we have Bella the Goth. We have Mila Munch making a pie for her family for fall. Lilith Couture wearing orange for October on an early morning walk. Monica Lopez singing. Somebody I created. She's in charge of department stores, but she also has a adoption foundation because she herself was adopted. I made Bianca Bliss and had her doing, skating for a picture. Valentina Nadir, for Valentine's. And then the anniversary happened where Penny Pizzazz reunited with Helena Rose is the one who makes these dresses. All the dresses that come in this category with these swatches and all that were made by her. So every year, or every time she made another, Penny Pizzazz was the model wearing it. And this is the same category that has that black dress with the cartoon lady on it that Penny Pizzazz is always wearing. So yeah, we had some other people, and we had an elderly lady. Here's a lady this young lady was adopted by Allie Lynn, and then when she became an adult, she started running the adoption thing while Allie Lynn's doing mostly the department store stuff. And then we have Dahlia Loden. We had Saprea Delgado, Blossom Greenberg trying to go to college, waiting for her info about scholarships and stuff. Nancy Landgrab for New Year's. Then we had Jenna Akiyama with a Snow Pal. And then here we had the second anniversary with Penny and Helena. And then skip ahead, here it is 10 years later. Well, after the merger with Blush and Bloom, all this stuff started getting plastered on the thing, and, and only recently has Beatrice been able to get rid of the staff from that other magazine that they were forced to work together for a few years. But now Beatrice was allowed to finally, because the sales weren't working out, she got rid of them. And she's trying to get control of her magazine again. But some things have happened to make that difficult. But anyway, those are our more recent covers, the ones we've been working on. And we are currently working on the June 2008 issue, which is a wedding-themed issue. We're also starting to work on the July issue, which features Ulrike Faust on the cover. And, of course, she's got all the tattoos and body art and stuff. And, here's our main characters. And our original, the thumbnail that I made the first time with the characters on it. Or one of them. But we have Beatrice, we have Jocelyn, we have Dana, Beth, Caroline, Misty, Cassandra Elaine Powers, and Cody Poehler. And I apologize if I'm going a little fast tonight. I am short on time. I had wanted to have more time to do episode 400, but my work schedule is not working out with that. So here I am, it's going on 9 o'clock, and I work in 11 hours and 45 minutes, so yeah, I need to have time to sleep still. So, anyway, I'm doing this kind of fast. I'm not sure if we'll be doing very much gameplay tonight. I think we're gonna I'm gonna try to do some recapping. Now, we recently had the anniversary episode. January 20th was our anniversary of the first episode where I did the building of the train case building. And then a few days later, the 23rd, was the first episode of coming up with the story and the characters and actually, with an actual title to the series, Beauty Magazine. And we are just over a year from that first episode. And here we are at 400 episodes. Oh, okay. So where do I want to be? Where am I at? Let's get to the intro magazine thing. Where is that at? There it is. So this is our logo thing that we had, our original thumbnail from like episode 1 or 2. At the time, this sim, I'd only made her and create a sim, and my computer crashed, so she was not saved at that time. Later on, I remade her and gave her a name. But this is Aubrey Thornton, who ended up being on that March 2008 issue. Hey, Daniel. Welcome to EP 400. And and I used this Flip HTML5 website to make these pretend magazines. Thankfully, I came across this site where I could use the free features. Thank you. If anybody who's watching this, whether it's now or at a future time, if you haven't already gone and visited Daniel's channel, please do so when you have some time. So, welcome to Beauty Magazine, the Sims 4 story of a once thriving, now struggling fashion magazine. Our story takes place in the year 2008, At that time, the magazine is 10 years old. The first issue featuring Penny Pizzazz was for March 1998. Beatrice Ullbright created Beauty as a magazine that was about individual beauty and beautiful things or places, not just models or celebrities or rich people. Her early issues had simple, clean covers without all the clickbait-type titles. Her cover models were a wide range of people. Some were models or actresses, while some were everyday people of different ages and sizes. You're welcome. In 2004, a large publishing company run by Simon Barnes called Regency Publishing acquired Beauty's publisher, Chambers Publishing, as well as Cloud9 Publishing, which had Blush and Bloom. Simon called Beatrice and Blush and Bloom magazines Ayama Oldrovich and Faison Beach into his office for a meeting. He stated that due to Beauty having more sales at that time, it would survive as the title, while the content of Blush and Bloom would be folded into it. Beatrice would then be editor-in-chief because having more sales, with Ayama and Faison working under her. The last 4 years have been tough. The new magazine has struggled to grow in sales. The two staffs did not gel well. And mainly that's because, it's like, okay, you have an apple and an orange and they're both fruits, but you just shoved them together and you expect people that like apples to now buy this monstrosity, or the people that like oranges to buy this monstrosity. And there's people out there that are buying it, but they might not be enjoying it. And other ones who used to buy either one does not want to buy them anymore at all. And then these were our first, the covers that I had flipped through. And then the rival magazines, Blush and Bloom, that we merged with. Gloria's Guide. Gloria Downing has Gloria's Guide, the Statements of Fashion, which is like Vogue, or it's... If somebody's going to grab a fashion magazine to see what's going on in the fashion world, well, they would be grabbing that one, at least occasionally. And they have the most sales by far. The most readers, the most sales. Now, after Beatrice recently fired those other two, Ayama Oldrovich and Faison Beach, they have gone and started their own magazines. Now, these magazines would have words on them because that's the way they operated. So they would have titles and clickbaits, and I just haven't put any on here. But Ayama started Fashion Passion. Faison started Faison Revista. And then the rest of the staff from Blush and Bloom that didn't want to work for Beauty, they found another publisher and started Poise and Polish magazine. And then recently, Sea Bonfires, that's how I say it in this story, started her own magazine, Paragon. And then there is this one here, which is more of a gossipy Hollywood fashion magazine called Holly Glam. Nancy Landgrab's publishing company makes this one. Beatrice Ullbright, founder, editor-in-chief. She is currently about 45 years old. She started a simple magazine in '98 about simple beauty, but her once thriving small magazine was merged in 2004 with Blush and Bloom and mangled into something else, and she is sickened by it. She feels helpless to regain her inspiration. It's now 2008. To make matters worse, her publisher, Simon Barnes of Regency Publishing, has given her 3 months to get her sales up, or he may get rid of her magazine when he completes his acquisitions of other publishers and magazines. she has a small chance of keeping her magazine if she can find another publisher. In other words, she asked him, hey, look, if, can I have my magazine and go somewhere else if you're going to get rid of me? Without you just buying them up right away. So, there's a slight chance that could happen. However, she had bad news. She was recently diagnosed with some sort of cancer. I don't know what kind because she hasn't told me. Now, story-wise, and it says she's been taking time off to have her treatments. Or she's suddenly taking vacations and off days and using up sick days and it's just, she's never really done that before. She's been a workaholic. But otherwise, she's not telling anybody anything. However, she will not be dying from cancer. She's not going to die from it. And, of course, my disclaimer is I haven't been through any cancer treatments or anything. The way I'm telling this story may not be accurate to what happens to somebody with cancer. If any of this is offensive to anybody or bothers them in any way, I apologize. But whatever kind of cancer she has, this is what's going on with her. It's the only person that this stuff is happening to. So, accurate or not, it's her story. We have Jocelyn Lattimore, who took over the jobs that those other two had first. So let's read what we have here. Jocelyn Lattimore. She was an intern that was never into fashion or beauty. She wanted to go into regular journalism. She was an intern. She did the internship at beauty for her college credits. She impressed Beatrice with how well she did and how much workload she could handle. Beatrice, after butting heads with her two senior staff members, Iama and Faison, fired them. And so first she fired, Iama, and then gave her job to Jocelyn. And then shortly after that, Faison was probably bitching about it, saying, why don't I have the job or some crap, and why are you giving it to this inexperienced person? And ended up firing him. And with the downsizings and budget problems, Beatrice doesn't have time to do a job hunt right now. So she just said, Jocelyn, I know it's a lot of work and you're already handling a lot more than you should be, but, if you can handle some of the stuff he was doing, I will pay you both salaries. So she's doing the work of two people and getting paid for it. But she also did not know that basically, with Beatrice being gone so much for having her treatments, she's pretty much running this magazine on her own day to day. Beatrice is only able to check in once in a while right now. And that's why people are not necessarily suspecting anything yet, because at some point, Beatrice won't have vacation time left. Something will have to give, but Nobody at the magazine knows Beatrice has cancer. Only a few people know it, and they don't work at the magazine. So, but Jocelyn has also started to take herself on a little journey to learn more about beauty and fashion. She's been working part-time doing the style influencer career. She's been getting to know some celebrities and stuff, and she's taken a big interest in her job and the topic she works for. And oh boy, Dana Frost. Dana Frost is our other big story that we worked on in the past 400 episodes. And even as of yesterday, expanded her story a bit, going back to her past. Okay, I apologize. I will be right back. I want to get some warmer coffee now that I've drank some. Here, let's do this. I'll be right back. You already said that. Yeah, I know. I said it again. Buddy, chill. Chill, I don't have anything for you. You're not eating crackers. No, you're not getting any crackers, dog. You can't chew them anymore. Oh. Okay. Alright, so Dana Frost. She is currently about 42, 43. She's our fashion editor, writer, insider. She knows people and models and celebrities. She's always been able to get into the VIP areas. She is the main scout when it comes to finding the cover models. She is in her 40s, just a bit younger than Beatrice, longtime friend of Bee's, has written for several magazines, mostly doing the fashion stuff. She is a workaholic and always at some stage of a midlife crisis. So much so that she had been so busy that she had not visited any family for at least 2 years. No holidays, birthdays, anything. Her parents, who still lived back in New York, which we have now established, she had not gone to New York to visit her parents at all. So she'd not gone any holidays, birthdays, anything. She missed her sister's wedding. Her sister moved to Arizona and was living there with her husband. And then she had a baby a year ago. And the baby was about to have a birthday. She was her parents were harping on her, hey, you need to show up to the birthday party. You ain't that busy to not show up. And she had made plans. She had taken time off. She had made plans. She was going to go. She had a plane ticket, but unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how you look at it, an earthquake happened as she was about to leave the apartment in San Myshuno. And there was damage at the airport, and her flight got canceled, along with all kinds of, like other things were damaged. The buses weren't running because of evacuations and whatnot. Or trying to get the emergency vehicles in, or whatever the case may be. But she had no way to get to Arizona. Meanwhile, in Arizona, while the baby Sydney and her nanny were in the nursery room or bedrooms, the nanny was helping get the baby ready, while the rest of the family, her mother, father, sister, and brother-in-law, they were all in the kitchen area. Well, the stove caught on fire, and they managed to get it out before it did too much damage. I mean, it burnt the cookbook nearby a bit, and some other things. But none of them got burned by the fire. But the problem is, inside that oven, and it was an old oven, there was a faulty part that used to be made by the Rabbit brand. And back then, when that company existed, they were supposed to recall those ovens and get that thing fixed. But there were so many recalls and ovens being fixed that company went bankrupt and out of business. And some other appliance company took it over, but did not finish doing all the recalls. And then keep in mind, it's an appliance. Things like that end up at flea markets and out at the curbs. And people might have just put their oven out at the curb knowing there was a recall and just getting tired of waiting on the thing to be fixed and not wanting to take any chances. But the part, if it got exposed, the rubber coatings or whatever is on them inside the, whatever is keeping that thing from being exposed. If it does open up and get exposed to the heat, well, it lets off toxic smoke from, and the toxic smoke is what killed all 4 of the adults, that were in that kitchen area. The sister, the brother-in-law, the mother, the father. And if Dana had been there, she might have been included. Well, a few days later, Dana was in the hallway checking the mail at her apartment. And she was about to open the telegram that said, because she hadn't been answering her text messages, she thought it was her dad texting her. And it was coming from the dad's number. And she was kind of miffed at him because he had called her and said, "Aren't you coming?" And she's like, "Didn't you hear about the earthquake? My flight's been canceled. I can't make it." So she was kind of mad at him and not answering his text. Well, the text wasn't from him. It was from the authorities trying to notify next of kin, to, let her know, hey, your family died here, and, well, she was getting the telegram in the mail, or whatever letter, some sort of piece of mail. But as she's opening that, the nanny brought Sydney all the way to San Myshuno, and he got off the elevator and basically handed her to her and said, "You're inheriting your niece," and then he stayed for a while to help her get settled in and all that, but well, a little while later, a couple days, weeks, whatever the case may be, Dana's neighbors had been making a lot of noise with their radio and whatnot. And the downstairs neighbors were accusing Dana of being a loud one. It just so happens she had that apartment where it's kind of like each neighbor has a half of their apartment on one floor and then on the floor above it. And then everybody's like below that. Well, the people who lived below them thought Dana was the one not only making the loud noises, but also having a baby all of a sudden. But she got evicted. So that sucked. So she moved to the country of California, the rural areas, maybe out near Fresno, where there happened to be some land with an apple orchard. And this part here was based on the movie Baby Boom. Only instead of Vermont, she's still in California. And I built that house based on that house in the movie. The baby is she has had the 1 year party for the baby. It was obviously it was after the baby turned 1, but now the baby is an actual infant and walking. And then we have Beth Birkenshire. She was the one doing the beauty and hair articles. Her father was never supportive when she mentioned she wanted to be a cosmetologist or a person that does hair and makeup and nails. She was told you can't make money in that job as well as other jobs. Women can't make money doing that stuff. You're not going to make anything. You should get serious about, find something that pays more, Well, she ended up going to college for journalism and became a writer and ended up working for magazines and ended up at this one writing the hair and beauty articles. Because that's just, when you got a passion for that stuff, it doesn't go away. Now, after having success at the magazine and getting out of, moving out of home and having her own apartment and not struggling that much, and, she decided to start apprenticing at a salon in Brindleton Bay near her apartment. And then in a surprise twist that the game threw at me, one day while Beth was apprenticing at the salon, her mother showed up and sat at the reception desk. And Brooke's first, I'm sorry, did I say Brooke? Beth. Beth thought, oh my gosh, she found me. She knows my secret. They're here to, they found me, and she's gonna get in trouble. But then it dawned on her, why is her mother sitting at the reception desk? She's not an employee. Well, it turns out her mother had answered the want ads and was also somebody that wanted to try doing some jobs that may not fit with her husband Byron's, ideals. So you can't make money being a receptionist at some salon. That kind of thing. They had a little bit of a falling out, but Bridget was pregnant. And Byron didn't know she was pregnant, but accused her of flirting with one of the friends. There's another couple. And they had a little falling out, and then Bridget gave birth to the baby. And one thing led to another, and Byron, after talking to the guy that he thought was cheating with his wife, he realized that he was wrong, and then wanted to know what the heck was going on. Why is my wife at the hospital? And Beth arranged to meet him at the restaurant, and then took him to the salon to open up about her secret. And then once he calmed down about all of that, it's like, no more secrets. You two are gonna. They patched it up, and anyway, everybody patched it up. Long story short. So there's no secrets. Bridget, if she wants to, can still work at the salon, although now she's got the baby. And these are things that happened in previous episodes that I have And I've even gone as far as to rewatch those episodes at times when, new people have come to the chat, and I've showed them what's been going on. This is Caroline Diamond. Sweet Caroline Diamond. She's the food and diet writer. She's the daughter of Neil Diamond, a singer who was named after the real Neil Diamond. He is married to Cracklin' Rosie Diamond. Caroline loves to cook and sing. She recently met, then got engaged to, and now married to Brooke Watercreek, a sim that I made 7 years ago. One of my first sims that I made in Sims 4. She's originally from Willow Creek. And they recently gave birth to 2 sets of twins, science babies. Blue Jean and Heartlight, the boys, and Brooke Cherry and Caroline Jazz, the girls. And then recently, Brooke here was reunited with a sister she didn't know she had. And her mother, Dorothy, has moved from Asia over to, the States to help out with the babies. And Timothy, the nanny from Dana's story, for a little while moved in with these guys after he left Arizona, because there was nothing for him there, and he didn't want to be there anymore. So he moved here and was helping these ladies out. But at one of the romance festivals, he fell in love with the romance guru, and she has him living with her now. She asked if he wanted to move in. So they're an item. Oh, yes, Misty Miles. I don't know if I'm going to have time to eat these crackers, but I'm going to pour some. I'm probably going to end up choking on these crackers if I try eating them, but... Sorry for the noise. Sorry for the dog making noise, too. Buddy, I don't have anything for you. I'm sorry, you already had your chicken. Okay. I believe it was episode 11. Yeah, it was episode 11 where... Okay, well, she's our romance and sex and wellness editor. She was faking it till she made it because she didn't really have any relationships. And she was still a virgin. But she grew up across the street from Valentina Nadir, and Valentina's mother was a couples counselor. And when Misty would be over at Valentina's house or apartment, they'd overhear the conversations and stuff. So Misty wanted to grow up and do things and give advice and possibly become a couples counselor herself. But anyway, as fate would have it, she hurt herself trying to get up while in the bathtub. When the shower door went sliding, she hurt her wrist, and it was suggested that maybe she should get some of them grab bars installed. Well, a handyman named Wally Cornelius came over to install those. And one thing led to another. They fell in love. They got engaged. And as of, I believe, episode 300, they got married. So they are now married. And this is them working on the Cooking Together article. Here we have Cassandra Elaine Powers. She's our fitness writer. She's named after two songs by the group ABBA, Cassandra and Elaine. And then as I was going through the names on Sims to pick her last name, the name Powers showed up. And Elaine Powers was a fitness gym back in the 80s, a chain of them. So, she focuses so much on fitness because she believes that her mother, Carrie, also well, there's a song called That's Me, or something like that mentions, I'm Carrie, not the kind of girl you marry. That's an ABBA song also. Anyway, she's been overeating for years after her father died from a heart attack, and, and just, Carrie goes to the doctor regularly, but Cassandra's, always harping on her, look, Mom, you gotta stop eating and overeating, and you're gonna die. I don't want you dying like Daddy. And it's like, Cassandra's a foodie herself, but she's always working out and doing all this stuff, and it's like she won't let her body get an inch on it. Recently, while at the gym, she met Marcus Flex, and they are currently engaged. It's been on again, off again, because Marcus is kind of non-committal and being accused of cheating or flirting often. But he's trying his best. He's tried to make it up to her. Her mom, she grew up in Louisiana, which I say Willow Creek is. Or at least, Willow Creek is basically the Gulf Coast area, so anything in that area. So she spends a lot of time there when she's not at the magazine. Cody Poehler grew up in Chestnut Ridge with horses. Her father is a vet for horses. Her mom's mom, Sedona, and her mother also are involved with horses. They rescue them, the ones that, and a lot of them are the hard cases. To kind of rehab them a bit and give them a good life. The mother and father are kind of separated. They don't live in the same house. But Cody Poehler is the photo director or head photographer. And I named her after Kodak and Polaroid. and her mother being named after Nikon. Sedona I named after Sedona, Arizona. Because, you know, I felt like it. And there they are. The grandmother in the middle, and the mother, and then Cody's over here. And then over time, some other people have started writing for the magazine. Jocelyn's been trying to make, expand the magazine and get more things in the magazine. So, Claire Huron, one of my Sims, if not my first, one of my first Sims 4 Sims from 7 years ago. Stop it! Haley Miranda has recently started helping Jocelyn. She's also the manager of the Flamingo Modeling Agency that Penny Pizzazz and her went to after getting fired from the other one. Here she is helping Jocelyn. Crystal Stone's gonna sign on as a travel writer and maybe things about art. She's an archaeologist and gemologist, and she also has been an art teacher. Crystal's one of mine from 7 years ago, as is Rocky Brewster. She's a children's book author from back then. She wrote the series of books called Pirates of Willow Creek. And she's joining to do entertainment reports for the magazine. Here she is talking to Judith Ward. And then that's just a page on the back here. I didn't add any more stuff to that. In yesterday's episode, or the last 2 days, I've been working on Dana's prequel story. The story goes that Dana is from New York. I'm not sure what part of New York, but basically somewhere near the city. Whether it's Brooklyn or Manhattan or the Bronx or further out from there. Could be, could be anywhere. But they lived in an apartment in this building. The bottom of it, there's a cafe or a diner here. There's a little grocery store here, or a bodega, or some sort of little market. At one point, there was a clothing store in this building. But it has since been closed down. With Dana being about 16 right now. And the story I kind of came up with her was when she was a little bit younger, she'd be in that clothing store and she'd be like trying to help people pick out outfits and stuff. You know, the dresses and whatnot. Trying to match tops and bottoms, and a lot of people liked it and liked what she was picking out. But the owner kept on, trying to shoo her, like, get away from my customers, you're annoying them. Stop being a pest. Not realizing that, Dana's actually helping. And then at some point, I think it's the magazine rack here. So let's put up some magazine racks real quick. Anyway, she'd be in here like, maybe she was an employee at one time, but there was this particular lady here, at least, would always be like, hey, stop touching the magazines, you're going to bend them up, you bend them up, people won't buy them, don't touch them unless you're buying them, always, it's like, she'd barely even pick one up, and she'd already be told not to touch them. But eventually she would get some money saved up and whatever and buy a magazine or two. Like every time she would get her check, she'd buy some. Or, whatever, whenever payday came. I don't know if she was getting a check or not, but maybe she was working as delivering the groceries, because that stuff happens. Maybe she got some extra tip money occasionally and would buy the magazines. Or now that I'm on that subject, maybe she was having a hard time affording the magazines herself, but maybe at one of the deliveries that she would go to, she met a nice lady that was maybe one day a lady invited her in, and the lady had ordered a magazine or something, or had bought a magazine, or whatnot. And maybe eventually the lady would like, after ordering the magazines or whatever from the grocery store, would or would have her pick one up from the newsstand or whatever, but she'd let Dana have them after she was done reading them or something. And then Dana would be like in the restaurant here reading one, and then this Ermelinda Pelham would be like, "What are you looking at those for? You ain't never going to be a model. You ain't going to never wear those clothes. You can't afford those." Yeah. I like that. I wish I had room. So put a kiosk of some sort to be like the newsstand. How big are the kiosks? I don't know. Nope, that's way too big. Yeah, that ain't gonna work. Oh well. Yeah. I think that's what we're gonna go with. Lay down, buddy. All right. Oh. Could put that. We can move this building over here. See if I can have more room. Oh hell, it's only over here. I mean, there's a building there, so. Lay down. Or we could just have it be that she was delivering from here to here. And there might be a lady that couldn't leave her house here, or leave her apartment here. And needed grocery delivery and whatnot. And maybe the lady would be like, hey, while you're at it, can you get me, a newspaper and a magazine from down there. And one day, when Dana went to deliver it to her or whatever, she was flipping through the magazine or something, or and the lady, instead of being mean to her, like got like just say, hey, got to know her a bit more, like like asked, it's like, hey, what you looking at? Like what are you looking at? It's like, oh, I'm looking at the clothes. I'm kind of seeing if I can match the clothes or something. And the lady was encouraging her instead of being a bitch to her for a change. Yeah. So maybe down here somewhere I'll put a news kiosk. Let me see if I can borrow a building real quick before I... Buddy, stop. Just stop, okay? Stop! You're not getting crackers. Damn. Why you gotta be like that? Buddy, you need to just chill, please. Anyway, oh, that's Jen Jens. Okay, that's Jen. What does Freebird have? Okay. Anyway, maybe for now I'll add her to this household. That way I don't have to worry about cheating the money and all that right now.
Maybe. What's way?
Maybe we'll sway somewhere else.
Quacks and us for bear.
Quimba Reginu. Holy Nine Kripova. Ulak Barbahoy.
Lagar.
S-U-Web. Yasinaj Naborf. Lumina Arashu. Sarpava Chorg. Wanjini Laray. Yumpel Aragaba. Rashu Manuba. Little Lex Aurorba. Naborf Mokosa. Amika War. Oh, Lava. Ephedroid. Maybe. What's right? Lapisa Fruma.
Buddy, lay down. Buddy, I'm trying to come up with this lady, and I really, really would like for you to just shut up. Lay down. All gone. Hey, it's all gone. You ate it all. There's nothing in it. Okay? All gone. It's all gone. Lay down. Lay down. Lay down. Lay down. There is no more. Buddy, I need you to lay down. I'm trying not to play freaking music right now.
Oh.
Lay down. Lay down. It's all gone. Lay down. And I'm not putting you outside again because you don't know what to do. I'm getting tired of it. I'm put you out there. You spend 10 minutes sniffing around, climbing into the damn deep shit, and then when it comes time for you to want to maybe do some squatting, you decide you can't walk anymore because your feet are full of ice. I got a whole area of flat area for him to walk around in and do his stuff, but he insists on climbing into the deep shit. Get out of here. First of all, they didn't have SpongeBob in 1981.
Oh.
Lay down. Stop it. So, something happened to her legs, and she doesn't leave her apartment unless she has to go to a doctor or something. So she orders grocery deliveries and stuff, and living in New York, it's not really hard to do. Alright, I'm gonna go get my coffee warmed up while I try to figure out, maybe by the time I come back, and then if he starts up again, I might let him out again. Here. While we're doing this, let's... What were we doing? So, let's click on this one and see what was going on. Episode 211 for their wedding. So I was aiming for 211 to have the wedding. It didn't happen. Episode 11 when they met. And then on episode 23, it just happened to be February 11th. So if we have their wedding on episode 211, hey, that's 200 episodes since they met, and it's got that 211 theme going too. Not only that, but it gives me a chance to finish all the planning I have for it, because I wanna do it big. Whether the game cooperates with me or not, I want it to at least look like a big wedding. I want to figure out how to make it look like as many people as possible came to the wedding, even if I have to trap some of them somehow. Yeah, okay. We got Cody, our Cody Fuller, our photographer. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and try to let him out again, because he's just not going to lay down unless I try. Yesterday was a short episode, because I worked until 9:30 and then had to work at 7 a.m. this morning. You're annoying me, dog. Do a really annoying last night. It was only an hour and 50 minutes. Come here. But no, story-wise, the reality of it, these two have only known each other for like 2 months now, and they're engaged. and talking about, you know, when they should get married and setting a date, and let's go ahead and watch that. What we did.
Play it out.
So after a while, I had them leave the house, and they both went to Sweetad. I have no clue if I'm saying that right or not, and I really don't care, but it's Sweetad and the Marada, whatever it's called. The love-struck town. But we didn't go in there. Jocelyn happened to be in there, but so what I was aiming for all day yesterday when I was trying to come up with the idea for this episode was I wanted them to go for a walk somewhere. Walk on a beach or something, sit on a park bench. I lucked out. I lucked out because I even made a comment on it. I'm going to go warm up my coffee before we do this, but I was looking for just somewhere where they could walk together. Hell, just normal walking, because they always make them run, and I'm about to be yelling about that too in the game. But we'll do this when I come back. Just a note to anybody who's out there. I don't work till 3 o'clock tomorrow. I mean, it's supposed to be my day off, but I'm working because we're shorthanded. But this episode is potentially going to go 12 hours. So it's like an all-nighter, so I'm gonna do whatever I'm doing. I'm probably not doing any truck driving in this episode, so it's all gonna be all game stuff and flashbacks and whatever I'm doing, but I'll be right back, okay? You know, you're just not going to let me win, are you? You're just not going to let me win. I thought maybe I'd let you do that and you'd settle down, but no. I guess I got to take you out. I don't have all night, dog. I got to work in the fracking morning. Always on these days when I don't have a lot of time, you got to do this shit. No, just come here. I thought maybe you just take over and go lay down, but no. So, I'm going to type that really quick into the episode. I'm going to do it on the computer, though. That's too long. So, this is what we did yesterday. I'm going to reload that because that looks crappy all of a sudden. Well, that's 3 times. I tried 3 times. Or maybe it looks Lay down and shut up. I don't know. Oh, now you guys look. So, as I was mentioning a minute ago, I was looking for a way to have them just walk somewhere together, along a beach, along a path. I had no clue I was about to stumble upon the thing I wanted. So, my commentary is kind of ironic with this. Well,
like maybe hold hands? I said walk. Why do they give you the option to jog if you're just going to end up running? I mean, like, you can either jog or you can walk, but we're going to jog anyway. Oh, now you're going to slow down? Okay, I don't know, like maybe hold hands? I must have saw that before that. Where is the part where I saw that and clicked on it?
Sorry, folks. I'm getting all over the place here. Oh, Lord. I don't know. That must have been a day or so before that. Sorry for not continuing on with that, but I'm kind of low on time. I gotta work at 8:30, so I don't have all night. And I don't want to lose my train of thought while I'm doing this. Because I don't know who this is gonna be. I mean, I don't know what the name will be or whatever, but I'm giving her a story like as I go here. Trying to figure out what she's gonna be here. Maybe there was something she was doing before she hurt her legs. And that's why she's not so quick to discourage Dana. You know, maybe she might be gloomy, but she's also working through it. You know, she might be feeling sorry for herself, but trying not to. You know, it's like she's probably keeping it to herself unless other people are around. You know, like, I mean, I meant that the other way. She's all gloomy when nobody's around, but you know, she puts on the brave face when other people are around. Which means I don't want to really give her the... I don't want to give her the gloomy thing. She is gloomy, but not outward with it. Maybe she likes cats or something. Maybe she just maybe she's got a cat. That way we don't have to give her anything else. Yeah. We can't do Huntley because we already got Esmeralda. And you're not related to her. Okay, you need to move over. Yeah, I know. Because you're leaning way too far to get at this computer. Alright, get some music going. Oh, why you gotta hit me with that one? It's almost over. If anybody's new here, or, didn't... I started the episode with a bit of a recap or whatever, with the reintroducing everybody, at least the main characters, and so if, I did it kind of quickly, but, but I got into this, and this is part of Dana's backstory that I'm working on. Because in order to have her go talk to her shrink, I need to know where she came from. She's got her guilty thoughts about not going to the baby's party in Arizona and not being there. Had she been there, she probably would have died in the fire. Or could have. But at the same time, there's the guilt over not seeing any of them in 2 years. And making excuses and... No, that's Marissa's name. I don't want to reuse names. Now you don't want to work. Of course not. You know, that's what I get. You know, I turned that on. They were playing the music. I waited through the one song. Then they played that one. Then it went to like a commercial. And now the thing went dead.
Oh.
So now I'm over here playing around with the music stuff again. You want to just do that and get it over with? For now. I mean, it wasn't what I set out to do, but let's do it. Come on. I need a good last name because it's gonna be Mrs. or Miss whatever, and well, what if her name was whatever? It's not. Nope, sorry. Can't do that. You really want me to use that, don't you? Mercado. Yeah, her name is Market. No, it isn't. Well, it'd be funny if she's getting grocery deliveries and her name's Market. Lay down, buddy. Come on. Sorry this is taking too long. So I was like, I don't know, maybe I'll look around the room and try to find something. And I looked down at my laptop, and it's an Asus Tough Gaming laptop. I'm like, well, it ain't gonna be gaming. Maybe grambling. Celeste Grambling. Yeah, I think we can go with that.
Yipsa! Ooh. To the farm! Oh! Dropsa! Ooh, there she is! Ooh, to the farm! You betcha! Wimbosi!
Yeah, she's into archery. She never leaves the apartment, but she's into archery. Are you saying she goes to the window? I don't know. Maybe. Sorry if I appear to be nodding off or something, because I kind of am. Sail away, sail away, sail away. Away, sail away, sail away. Sail away, sail away. Turn it up, turn it up. Turn it up, turn it up. Boom, boom. Sail away, sail away, sail away. Sail away, sail away, sail away. Sail away, sail away. Sail away, sail away. Sail away, sail away. Sail away, sail away, sail away. Sail away, sail away, sail away. Sail away, sail away, sail away. No. Mm. 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 She's probably not going to wear heels because of her legs. I mean, if she's gonna walk, she's probably not gonna walk in high heels. Good enough for now, right? Oh, hell no. No, we're gonna put something else on her for athletic because she's probably. I mean, she's probably. I mean, maybe she's wearing this to go to like therapy or something. No, no.
Ooh. Huh. Huh. Mhm. Oh.
Um, I'm gonna leave that alone for now.
Huh.
Damn it. Wake up.
Ha-ha. Mm-hmm.
You sure as hell ain't wearing that?
Ooh. Mm-hmm. Ha-ha. Hmm.
Mm.
Hmm. Huh. Huh. Ha-ha. Hmm. Ha-ha. Hmm.
If not more than one. What are you talking about? I don't know. Um, let's try going back to. Okay, I've been in this damn create a sim way too long. I gotta get out of here. Just get a damn dress and get out of here already. Yeah, give her that. Let's go. We're not gonna play her enough right now to be doing this anyway. How do you know? You might. Look, we need to get on. We gotta get on here. Okay? Damn it. This one goes out to the one I have left behind. Simple pride, occupy my time. This one goes out to the one I love. It goes out to the one I love. This one goes out to the one I left behind. Simple pride, occupy my time. This one goes out to the one I love. Fire. Fire, fire, fire. Fire. This one goes out to the one I love. This one goes out. Hello, Owen. Occupy my time. This one goes out to the one I love. I don't want to hear that song. I don't like that song. I don't want to listen to it in the air tonight. Ask if I love you. What do I say? Know that I do, and this is just one of those games people play. So I sing you a new song. Please don't cry anymore. I'm asking forgiveness, so I don't know just what I'm asking it for. Oh, 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 hold me now. Oh, hold my heart. Stay with me. Oh, it stop, let love it stop. Oh, hold me now. Hold my heart. Stay with me. Let it stop, let love it stop. Oh, hold me now. Hold my heart. Love it stop, let love it stop. Hold me now. Hold my heart. Stay with me. Let love it stop, let love it stop. Hold me now. Hold my heart. Stay with me. A little bit dangerous. It's a little bit dangerous. Hold on tight. You know she's a little bit dangerous. On the past of the fate. Dangerous. Oh. Hold on tight.
Nerves, donkey. Ashina Tapa. Wiffaloy.
Very soon.
Stars
Oh, you're being an asshole. You ain't talking to him. Oh, hey, look at that. You know, you're making yourself at home. Hmm? I mean, it's ironic that she's the one going in here and making the coffee out of all of them. Like, here, you know, well, it's your diner or the place where you work. All right, well, go ahead and have some coffee.
Dinosaur?
I wanna be forever young. We wanna live forever, forever, forever. I want to be
Ruby, that's Sarah.
We wanna live forever, forever, forever. Oh, we already got a Mercado anyway. that would have really. Had I done that, because I was thinking about actually doing that and naming the other one Mercado. And then I would have oh wait, I already had a Mercado. And if you don't know, mercado means market. It's a Spanish word for market. Boom, 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 boom. Rosanna, Rosanna. Rosanna. Rosanna, Rosanna. Hold still, girl. So I don't know if they were necessarily dressing like this yet in 1981, but then again, she might have been dressing like this and it wasn't anything to do with fashion yet, but just worn out pants and wearing that thing wrapped around her waist. Her flannel shirt or whatever that is. I mean, I was 5 years old in 1981, so I kind of remember things, but I wasn't a teenager. Oh, I meant to go here. Damn it, I don't think I got it. She definitely looks like Sydney, and she looks like Sydney's mother. It's a shame I had to kill her off. I'm gonna go warm my coffee up really quick. While I'm doing that for a moment, Oh, I clicked on the wrong. I'm on the wrong one. Or maybe I was. Oh, I'm clicking on. Okay, I'm going by the 200 thing on there when this is the title is something else. Are you gonna do it? Are you gonna do it? Testing. God, they can't like just sit there, you know? All right, I'll be right back. Sun's coming up. Okay, so they were out for a walk. They walked around the pond. They've been doing all these things together with building a greenhouse and making plans for opening a perfume store and all that. Helping her mother open her florist shop, and things have been just kind of going quickly. But the subject of the wedding hasn't really been brought up over the past few months. Other than just, congratulations on getting engaged constantly. And maybe some people have asked, have you set a date or anything, but they haven't really done that. I think part of this is because Misty's still in shock. I mean, she went from that, that day of, she thought nothing would ever happen for her, to, having the even worse karma with, slipping and hurting her wrist, to out of nowhere, this guy lands on her doorstep. Like he flew in. She's probably still in shock. And her mother likes him. Everybody likes him. He's a nice guy. what she's probably wondering, is like, how did this happen? Is there a bench anywhere? Okay, so that happened 200 episodes ago. What does she want to say to him? Or how does she want to start? I'm just going to leave this play for a few minutes in case nobody's ever heard it. Wally. Gee, I wonder what that was about. Oh, it's my bank with a message for me. Robert, stress less this school year. Okay, I don't have any kids. Well, I guess I stress less because I don't have kids. Turn this light off. Okay. So. Well, it's not easy getting into character and all that when you're not. I didn't have no drama classes or nothing, you know? Yeah, well, you call yourself a storytelling gamer, so you better get on with it. So I don't have a script or anything. That's the thing. When I do these things, I'm talking as if I'm having a conversation and the words are just coming. So that's why I'm fighting myself over this. But she's something about, she just got like this kind of sums it up. I I mean, the way she's looking right now, and he's just back there just, you know, I don't know, he's probably just taking in the moment. You know, he just walked around the pond with her, and he just kind of, you know, in the moment. And she's gonna start talking while she's standing here like this, not looking at him. She's gonna say something like, I want to be careful with how I say this kind of stuff, though, if I say that, because, you know, she's got her insecurities and stuff. And we know that back when, because the way she was talking that night before she met him, you know, saying, you know, nobody's going to want her because she's fat, and, you know, and she's not fat, but I don't know what's been going on, but she must be working out or something, because she's not as wide as she used to be. She seemed to be a little wider before. the
So
pool.
Well, just this many episodes, you know, I'm sure she's done some. Well, swimming.
Mm-hmm.
You never just coming back every time I come back to the house and somebody's always swimming. She's one of them. So she slimmed down, and you know, and maybe that's part of, you know, her meeting him, where she just works out a lot all of a sudden. But mentally, she might be still thinking that she's, you know, not perfect. You know, it's as somebody who I have the inferiority complex. I was born with it. I'm never good enough. You know, nobody wants me. So I empathize with her when she feels that way. She's wondering, you know, what is it about her? How did this happen? What, you know? Unfortunately, I can't. You know, when I unpause it and I try to have them have conversations and stuff, it never matches what the mood I'm trying to set. It really annoys me. And then they start pulling out the damn cell phones and all that crap, and I hate it. Let's try it this way. So, Wally, we got a wedding we need to plan. That is if you're still wanting to plan one. Of course I do. What else would we be doing? Are you sure we're ready? Are you sure it's not too soon? I mean, what is it about me that you want to marry? I mean, you can't tell me I'm the only one who ever gave you a flirtatious look while you were working on somebody's shower. Well, I've always expected somebody might be doing that stuff because you hear stories, you know, them TV things and all that. They always got some milkman or plumber or something getting hit on by the ladies. I half expected it to happen, but honestly, if they was looking at me like that or doing any flirting, I was trying hard not to notice, or I just didn't. I was so busy doing my job that I just didn't seem to notice. So, what did you notice about me? Why did I matter? Well, I don't think you were really flirting with me. I think you just seemed like you were just talking. I mean, you asked a lot of questions about do people get them grab bars and all that? And, you weren't really asking any flirty questions, but I don't know. There's something about the way you were looking at me. And the way you still look at me. Well, remember how I asked you to marry me and you said yes, and then cooled it. And then it wasn't long after that you asked me, are we rushing? Are we rushing this? I don't think there's really a right answer for that. Some people take forever to get married. Some get married right away. Some have family telling them they shouldn't, and they go and do it anyway. I don't know what they do. I think it only matters what we're doing. So you think I'm the one for you? There's nobody else you're gonna find? Well, if there was somebody else, they would have to be absolutely perfect. Like an actual angel that's perfect. That's the only way they're gonna top your perfection. There ain't nobody else. Don't you think this is going too fast? Misty? I don't care how soon it is, or how long it is, but if there comes that day that you're standing looking at me, and somebody's asking us if we take each other, I'm saying I do. But do we really know each other? We haven't even had an argument. What about when money gets tight? Or plans don't go the way we want them to go? You know, are you happy in your job? Are you going to want to do a different job? What happens if one of us has to move? No, I don't think we've really discussed that yet. I suppose that's one of the challenges of a relationship that we're going to have to face. I don't care if we got to go to counselors. I don't care what kind of help we need. I want to fight the good fight. I don't want to be alone. There's no one else I want to be with. Do you really enjoy coming to the office with me? Well, it's a nice office. You got really friendly coworkers. They seem to like me. They all seem to like you. I haven't. I don't recall being bored there. There's always something to do. We did them cooking things, and I've liked learning how to write them articles. I don't know what I want to write about yet, but I'd like to maybe write some articles someday. Maybe I could write for some handyman magazine or something. Maybe something about travel. But yes, I enjoy being there, and I'm really happy that that's where you're at. I love being with you. What about my mom? I don't think I've had any issues with your mom. She seems to like me. I mean, has she told you any different? She kind of reminds me of you. But different. Yeah, that's one way of putting it. What'd you think of my family? Well, I mean this. I mean this in the nicest way possible. But you got a nice bunch of characters there. Yeah, you're right there. That's That's my family. Look, I'm not going anywhere. Unless you're planning on calling something off or running away at the altar. I'm going to be there whenever you want it to be. And no matter when it is, and whether it happens before then or after, I'm going to fight the good fight with you. We're going to have them arguments. We're going to have the good times and the bad times. None of that's going to ever make me love you any less. So what kind of wedding do you want? I want whatever kind makes you happy. I figured you'd say that. I don't care what kind it is. If you wanted to go right now and do it, with just the bare minimum, I would. You want the big whole shebang with everybody? I'll do that too. And anywhere in between. All I know is I can tell when you look at me. When you look at me like that, nothing else matters. I don't remember them kissing like I told them to do. Oh, is that what? Oh, okay. I had no idea that was video game. I mean, come on now. That's like, you're quick drawing like RoboCop or something.
Oh yeah, that's right. I didn't quite make it. Actually, no, we did have the wedding, didn't we? Or did we? I mean, like in this episode here. Yeah, so
I mean, here we are. We're,
for those who missed it, she ended up jumping into her father's truck to go reconnect with him after 15 years. And the wedding got postponed. And then they worked it out with the guru there that's going to officiate the wedding. Just happened to also, because she's like a character, also worked at the Renaissance Fair. And they were doing some renovations, and they were able to use the Renaissance Fairgrounds. They just had to bring some of their own equipment, chairs and whatnot. And it was like a surprise to Misty because she didn't know they were doing that. But because they had blown the budget and not being able to get their deposit back from the other places, they needed someplace cheap. So they were able to get this place. Trying to think, did we actually do the wedding in this episode, or no, because I had her making the cake, so I ended up having to do the thing in the next episode. Yeah.
It's not. I think some of them people went home if we did have them here. All right. Form a group. Wanted to. I don't want to. I can't do it more than once. I know the game is broken and all that, and it's gonna piss me off. Okay. So
Sorry for the noise. Yeah, well, you still made it. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry.
I don't want you going anywhere. I want you to be, unless you're going to actually do something, because you pretty much just stand there and do nothing, and I don't want you out of position.
Hey, you walked down the aisle at my wedding. We're good friends now.
Marcus? Get over there and do your job. Valentina, get on your mark. Put your phone away. Alright. Are we ready? I don't know which. No, that's got to be the you and you, right? Okay, I went the wrong way. Hurry up! It's gonna get dark in a minute.
Well, then you told him to go to the left again. Yeah, exchange your vows with the officiant and then kiss her. You know, vow to marry the officiant.
And of course, Marcus goes running off. Asshole. He's not exactly the best man. Hey, they're actually participating.
So that was about 100 episodes ago.
Oh, that's a club. Really? Right now at the arch?
Mm-hmm.
Can I see your tattoos? I haven't seen your tattoos yet. Yeah, let's flirt with her. Hey, can I have your phone number? No, don't give a speech yet. Let's fantasize about the wedding, why don't we? Renew our vows already, right? Oops. I think we need a grab bar to do the kiss the right way. Hey, down in front. Ask a risque question. All right, we've done those two things. Here, have some rice. Rice. Rice Krispies. Snap, crackle, pop. Now, as a speech, I'm assuming speeches are for in there because it doesn't say vows. You know, we did vows. Yeah, not bad. You know, that could have gone really bad. So that's all right. You know, I got a lot of people here. You know, a lot of my guests showed up. They sat down. You know, a few hiccups there, but I got them to sit down.
Yep.
So.
Crackers.
What is a recessional?
That's where I walk down the aisle the other way, I think. Yep.
Okay. All right. Good. Everybody sit back down and let's include you guys too. Okay, so they line up on the thing.
Nope, you went the wrong way. You went the wrong way.
Excuse me, we're coming through. Yeah. No.
You went the wrong way.
Oh wait, that's right. The reception is a separate thing. Well, then why are we including a cake in that? You're gonna want me to do another damn cake and stuff for a second reception thing. Because this was supposed to be the ceremony, not the cake. The cake is the reception. And that's a separate event. Well, anyway, that's over.
Here, I'm going to skip ahead to... Let me find where the cake was at. Or something.
Speeches. Let's have a kiss.
It's right there. Oh, you idiot. It's right there. You just... Why is it every time? You don't see it when it's right there. Idiot. I mean, if you were looking for a kiss, it was there. Spousal kiss. Give her a family kiss. Something. Yeah, ask her about food. She'd really love that. Right there. Right there. Idiot. What the hell? You know, I could do that too, but... Oh my God, you're an idiot.
Whoa, what, are you gonna go woohoo somewhere? You're just kissing.
No, they didn't have enough room to stand behind the chairs.
You can not go to the damn woodshed.
Well, so far. I hope you are having a good day too.
That one, because it's not giving me the option unless.
I'm gonna have to go to bed in a few minutes because I gotta work at 8:30. But we were recapping some scenes from episodes from earlier in the series because today is episode 400.
I can't believe Caroline.
So we were showing some stuff around episode 200 and 300. Oh. Alright, where's the cake? Alright. Everybody go over there and do the cake. Aww.
Well, it is an excellent cake, so everybody should, unless, it's lactose free also. Vegetarian safe. Not vegan, but vegetarian safe. So it probably has eggs in it.
Oh, it's not one of them 7-Up cakes?
Where's my
Or maybe a Dr. Pepper cake?
Okay, you're over here. Where's your wife? Your wife is over there. Pretty sure you and Wally have some dancing skill. Yeah, you're a 5. Okay, you both got skill. Hey, you're not the wedding party. You're not first dance. Great, somebody's already danced and you ruined that. You ain't... Get your arse off my dance floor.
Dude, just dance. Cody. Well, I guess Cody wanted her own Kodak moment. Oh, yeah, now I remember.
Okay, daddy-daughter's over here.
Yeah, salvage it into parts. Smash it. Smash that thing to bits.
Yes.
Oh, Byron showed up. What are you mad about?
All right, that's probably a good spot to stop that. Yeah, that was episode 301. When they finally got married. So we've spent, for the most part, for the last. Let's see what we were doing. Okay. We worked. Oh, yeah, I think this was when we were working on the
Mr. Bean wants to help.
Yeah, I was making the dance floor pictures. Trying to get back to working on the issue. Oh, and then we were doing working on the butterfly retreat people. They were growing the plants and all that. Okay, that's the firefighter playing with her goat.
And her friend well, at the moment she.
Then we played around with Gloria a little bit. And then I think somebody came in the chat, so we were rehashing the stuff. That might have been what was going on.
Even though she's got a different mother. I was just meeting this young lady here. She.
Yeah. We were kind of.
We're going to start taking pictures of. Seem like you. Stop it. No, not way over here. Okay. Baby. Penny, you come over and grab a.
Okay, so we were watching old episodes like we just did.
I have to listen to me bitch about the damn music so I could find out where we were at. No matter what, I have to end this episode on an IMO. Now, is this when we had the meeting, or?
I think I was trying to make the timeline or something, and that's why I was doing all this.
Okay. is for raising a family. Blah. Beatrice has encouraged her to, hey, look, cut this whole fashion thing. Keep that one. That's what it looks like. Beach. Into. Hopefully, Gloria interrupts this thing, because, it'll be worth it when we finally have that happen. Because that's what I was looking for. And once that happens, we can, or at least on the phone. Who wore it better? Prince room.
Okay, and then I was working on Gloria's office. And then we made some characters to work for her. Gloria Downing is the Gloria's Guides, the rival magazine that it's it'd be like Macy's versus
Testing?
I don't know, what's a smaller department store.
A beauty magazine.
It'd be like Macy's versus Woolworth or something like that, you know? Beauty is like Woolworth, and then Macy's is Macy's.
The Sims 4 story of a struggling 10-year-old magazine in the year 2000. Her offices for publishing her magazine are here at the Regency building. She's got this floor.
So we did that, and then at some point, and then we worked on the Judith
like
Ward thing a little bit more.
Where they're going to the past to talk about when she went to high school. Who? Judith Ward. Oh. You know what?
Jocelyn is helping Judith Ward put together a
that way I can come back here
a little mini biography type thing
still have a little
to
time to
tell the world how Judith Ward really is and what her real backstory is when it comes to her ex-husbands, because she's about to get married again. Well, she has gotten married again, but she's going to be having a baby soon. And before the reporters say, "Oh, you got a baby bump. Who you got a baby bump with?" And the guy is not a celebrity or a rich person, Sammy Smalls, and she wants to set the record straight on how when she's usually in public, it's all been an act, but she's really kind of a small town girl that ain't.
Well,
she's not the snob she appears to be. Okay, and then we were working on Claire doing all the recipes from the city stalls, from the food stalls. So that happened. And then, at some point, we made the Wind Sisters.
It probably could be that.
Okay, these were models on Gloria's Guide covers. I'm getting really tired of that.
Let's go.
So originally I had this one, but then I made these. There's Tiffany Reese having some breakfast at Tiffany's.
Okay, they're not the same size, but that's okay. The name doesn't have to overpower it.
Oh, I must have done that twice. Maybe I was leaving it there in case I had another one or something. Okay, and then I made the Wynn sisters.
Oh.
Well, I made one of the Wynns. And then when the truck driving, when Louisiana came out for American Truck Simulator, then I made the other sister.
In The Sims. And we'll do a little bit of the knitting and cross stitching with our two sisters.
And then we started doing the Darnell O'Connor story. And that pretty much took us up to the anniversary about a week or so ago.
You know what?
Well,
What?
11 days ago.
I can cheat. How?
So that's pretty much what we were doing for the last 100 episodes. Is we finished up Wally and Misty's wedding. We did some recapping and writing out outlines, timelines. We had Claire go to all the kiosks and have all the recipe ones. The ones that you have to unlock. We played some Gloria Downing and made some covers for her magazine. We created the Wynn sisters and established that they were starting to export from Mount Cormeby to the U.S., coming in through Louisiana, their dresses. Starting their clothing stores and whatnot. And then we did the Darnell O'Connor and the Maureen O'Connor stuff, in which he was the kid that washed ashore in front of Maureen O'Connor, and she mistook him for her son, who had been in a shipwreck the same day as he was. So, with that being said, I'm going to get us out of here. And at some point I want to work on these and make a little, just a little magazine type thing for introing or backstorying Dana. And maybe do one for Beatrice too. But Okay. And with that, I need to get to bed. So. So, thank you to Daniel and Owen and Jillian for joining us today. And to anybody else who's been watching. And thank you to anybody who's watching in the future. And I hope everybody has a good night, a good day. And hope to see you all in the next one you're able to make it to. Until then, bye-bye for now.